The wait is finally over. But man, I am so hyped. This is probably the most hyped I've been for an Archon quest. Back to the Fortress of Meripede, I guess. Before we do though, let's do our first 10 pull. Just, let's see. Nope. That's gonna be one of many. Some time has passed since the incident in the Fortress of Meripede, and your sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
The good old prison life. But how long was our sentence? It was like 28 days, wasn't it? So it's been about a month, I would guess?
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh,
I don't know.
It's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripede!
Buzz
Come
in.
on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
It's not like we've done that like a million times already, Paimon. We can easily teleport out. Masquerade of the Guilty. Start. I wonder how long this is going to be. Should be around, like, since this is only one act, it should be around, like, 3 hours at best. Because there is so much that needs to be answered. Yo.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
Buzzing, but we're not going to see Risley before we leave? Come on, man.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Risley? Oh. Yo, you guys might want to check your structure, mate. That ain't good.
What's happening?
Okay. Are you okay? Bad signs, man.
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Yeah, man, if I was like a prisoner here, if I was down here and I saw that, I'm instantly breaking out. Screw that.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Thank you. Well, that's a good reason to see Risley. My fellow tea drinker, your fortress is falling apart.
Grace?
Hello.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Did you not hear the tremors, my guy?
That earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
Still very alarming, but okay.
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
I mean, the 4.2 trailer says otherwise, my guy, but you know, it is what it is.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Fair enough. But maybe if like the Fortress of Meripede goes on like a full lockdown, maybe they could cut off the primordial water. I mean, Risley has a whole ship like locked away, so maybe a few people will survive.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened.
Talking about people surviving, we've also got a prediction list, if you don't know already, about possible things that might happen in the story. Most of the time, like 80% of it is wrong or doesn't happen, but you know, I like to predict. So we'll see if any of those are correct.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
Wednesday.
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Yeah.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
No.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought the tremor went off.
It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Oh, it's Little Miss Psycho. Hello, Sigeween. I think that's how you pronounce her name again. It's been quite a bit.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
To be honest, I would say 95% of the people here are a vibe.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now.
Mm-hmm.
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Aw. I mean, we'll probably visit in like a
If you've signed
story.
the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
Buzz
You're
in.
not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
God,
Let's go.
Paimon is so pampered.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
No, we get it, Paimon. You want to be pampered?
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After
Very
being
rarely.
down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Yes to Risley, no to the Psycho. No, that's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Oh, you know, unless you get the 1-star slop, then you're kind of screwed. But yeah, we'll probably come visit Siegeween again once, you know, she gets a starry mission, which is most likely. And then we're back down to the Fortress of Meripede.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
Maybe.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble.
We'll see what happens.
It seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us to come here,
Well, on to the next chapter.
we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
Whoop whoop, let's
You're going
go.
to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
Will do, will do.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
God, Risley's such a vibe.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
I will do.
If you're concerned about things at the Palais, why don't you take some time to go up and check things out?
Oh, we might
I
see her
believe
again
you
then.
should still have some vacation time to spend.
Oh.
Thank you for being so understanding. It means a lot.
Oh, but that means if she does go out, she's gonna be a victim to the primordial sea that rises. Ooh.
It's been some time since I've gone to the surface. I must say that I've started to miss it a little.
That's not good. Alright, it's way too cold here. Alright, much better. Monsieur Neuvillette, why is it so
Palais
crowded?
Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
It is indeed.
Halt!
Oh,
Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
you know, Sidine, I respect it. You're still on the grind, even though it's crowded. Round of applause for the Melazines.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Will do. Good luck, Sidine. Adorable.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
I mean, we've been in the fortress for like a month, so we probably missed a lot canon-wise. Monsieur! Where's the Monsieur?
Hello.
Paimon?
You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
What is this? A royal seal?
In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
Okay.
That's all right. We just ate.
I mean, he said drink,
Very
but
well.
alright.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Sounds like a plan. It's awkward. It's awkward time again. This brings back memories. Alright, what's the problem, my guy?
All right. That should wrap things
Oh.
up for now.
Alright, never mind.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
It's all fine.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
Although that wasn't stopping us in any way, but it is what it is.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
You and Paimon tell Neuvillette everything that happened since the Primordial Sea incident.
A massive whale.
I mean, you probably know what that is, unless your memories have, you know, are still a bit foggy.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Skirt.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the Primordial Sea.
Which makes it even weirder that the whale is gonna break free somehow. Because my theory was the whale was trapped where the seal was in the Fortress of Meripede. But if the seal isn't breaking anytime soon, that means it's in a different plane of existence. Like in the abyss.
A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Childe is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
I mean, he's just vibing it, innit?
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
I mean, he's not from Fontaine, so he won't be dissolved. He's probably just overdosing at this point, though.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Well, because he has it. So Childe is probably going to get a power upgrade, like, story-wise. There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
Still terrifying, though.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter.
Buzzing.
In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago.
Okay.
The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
Poisson?
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Ah, and from the 4.2 trailer, Navia does not seem to be in a good position, to say the least.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Oh, they're probably
Fortunately,
fine.
the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
Yeah, that's gonna happen to all of Fontaine.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much
Poisson?
worse than it appears.
I think Monsieur and Poisson is like my two favorite words in this game.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Yes, Spina de Rosol's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet.
We'll
We
be
must
fine.
immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
I respect it.
I'll have to ask
do
you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Let's go.
Please be careful.
Alright. Will do, will do.
The
Monsieur.
two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
Will do, mate. Here we are.
Oh no! What happened here?
Oh. I mean, it's too steamy. I can't tell. All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. Oh, okay, so it flooded and then came back down again. Okay. But it is very empty. Where did everyone go? There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet. Yeah, that would be really bad.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
Yeah,
Paimon means we need to check on her.
that is a very good worry to have, Paimon, though. I mean, like, their base is a ship, so, you know, if things do go bad, they could just, like, unhinge everything and then use it. Oh, no, there's still a guy up there, which is a bit worrying.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
Ooh,
Oh, this is getting scary.
there's a guy on the roof, though.
What will I ever do now?
Yo, my guy, did everyone disappear? That's not a good sign. Disaster victim mail.
Look,
Ugh.
there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Okay.
All right, just hurry.
Hey, can we get an answer, please? Is Navia alive? That's the only one I care about.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
I think the worst case scenario happened, guys.
My Desiree.
We're gonna get a lot of this, aren't we? Jesus.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
Oof.
My leg! My leg!
Ugh.
How could this have happened? It hurts!
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to go report to Neuvillette, like, as quickly as possible, because this is really bad.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Bro, my leg is killing me. Ain't gonna help, man. Navia, are you alive? Please? We're on our way.
Oh, it's Navia.
Oh,
She's
thank
over
God.
there.
Alright, she's good.
Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Ayo, you good? Oh no, did she lose a member? Did she lose... Oh, wait, did she lose the old guy? Is he there?
You're here.
I feel like that's what's happened. I forgot what his name was.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
That's not good.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Ugh. Alright, who disappeared? I'd say 9% of the people.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
But yeah, the fact that both of her, like, butlers or close companions isn't here, not a good sign.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof.
Smart.
Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
fell off.
He jumped down then. Find the
Oh.
leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Did he jump down because he saw everyone disappear and it was like an attempted game end? Ugh.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
Ugh.
Right. You'll be in charge.
Oh, he'll be in charge, yeah. Both of them must have disappeared.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Yeah, primordial water.
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know why the audio just plummeted.
The rushing water seemed
there
a
we go.
little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater.
Ugh.
Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere.
So I think it depends. I think the ones that survived are the people who was the most, like, cautious about the prophecy. And then the people who got dissolved was people who didn't believe it.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
Man.
They were all dissolved.
So how many character deaths are we going to get in this then? Again, I do have a prediction that the primordial water is going to go back to its original state. So that means everyone's going to be revived. But how many people are going to disappear before that happens?
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Yeah, man, bro, get yourself some, like, actual, like, railings or something. I mean, not like it's gonna help against collapsed bridges, but, you know, it's better than, like, no protection.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
I don't want to see Navia cry again, man. Let her be happy.
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible.
Makes
No
sense.
one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
Oof, those aren't going to be good numbers, though. The fact that it came up that quickly.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Yeah, and the fact that it's only going to get worse from here.
Is there any way we can help Navia?
Yeah, you can put us to work.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Yeah, she did lose the two of them. Man, can we just give her a hug? Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we? Yeah, they finally realized. Ugh.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Man, do we have to bring it up? I think we know the obvious, Traveler. By the way, where is Melus and Silver? Oh, yeah. Well done, Traveler.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there.
Man,
Sorry, I need to go for now.
I think the Traveler can come to the right conclusion.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Yeah, okay, the Traveler probably knows. Navia walks around talking with many people and organizing various matters.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters.
And we give you a hug, because you definitely need it.
Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
I think the only good thing at the minute is to just get as many people out of here as possible.
Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Oh, she's probably gonna cry to her dad's grave.
Huh? Right now?
I understand. As a
Thank
way
you.
of mourning. This ain't looking good, lads. Oh, it's also raining. Ugh. Just keeps getting better. And the music? Come on, dude. Oh.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Man, just let it all out. You need it.
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Especially in a mass panic as well.
Navia?
Yeah, there's no need to push yourself so hard. She's probably on the brink at the minute. And...
Navia, what's wrong?
Come on, Paimon, piece it together. Jesus.
Sorry. I just...
Nah, let it out, man.
Melus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
God damn it, man. I don't want to see Navia cry again, man.
What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Really, Paimon? I'm sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it.
Yeah, there's like survivor's guilt and all that to, you know, worry about.
They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time.
Man.
And they were caught in the seawater.
Okay. I did prepare myself for depression, but it still hurts.
What should we do?
Literally
I've
now
known
we
them
can
for
do.
so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Melus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Okay, hitting in the feels. Yeah, that must be an awful situation. Not even being able to find the bodies is awful. Oh. Oh, man.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
Pour one out, maybe.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
Thing is, I really like these two as well, even though they're like NPCs. They're really good.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
Makes sense.
Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
I mean, we know about like spirits and that, so it's possible he can see, still see what they're doing.
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Oof. Okay, that's a voice line.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
Come on, guys.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Oh, God, you can't even find the bodies. Come on, man.
Hey, stop joking around.
Oof.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
Man, that is so depressing.
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
I mean, I gotta give props as well, because she remembers this in a time of just pure crisis, which just makes it even more depressing since she can't find the bodies.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
Aw.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
I mean, there's not much you can do about it.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
I mean, with how much that's been going on, I ain't blaming you, man. Can we just, like, I don't know, have an option to hug her, please? Just, like, a single hug will do?
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help.
Yeah.
Melus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them.
I mean, like, there's literally nothing you can do against, like, ancient seawater that's being corrupted, you know?
I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you, and we'll give you a hug, hopefully.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Okay.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Melus and Silver.
Like, if both of them were able to save a lot of people, and that's the only, like, amount that got disappeared, that's pretty impressive.
So, everyone else is safe. But still...
I mean, even one loss could cause immense amount of pain.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Melus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Yeah, but no one's sacrifice is truly necessary. I mean, all it takes is one to completely ruin everything.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade.
Yeah, that's true.
Melus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon.
Yeah, those two are just good.
What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we dump on Paimon, you know, she can be pretty good at times.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Okay, Knave. Hello?
The knave? What are you doing here?
I mean, it has something to do with the Primordial Sea, so she's probably on it like there's no tomorrow.
Is everything going well on your side?
Oh, you're working
Yes,
together?
my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
See, the thing with the Knave is that there's still, like, she's still in a grey area for me. At the minute, like, yes, she's helping one with the Primordial Sea. We don't know if she has, like, an other motive after that when she gets the Gnosis. Again, she's already made a deal with the Tsaritsa that she gets to use the Gnosis for, like, one thing.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
No, Paimon.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
I mean, I guess in the time of crisis, you're gonna accept help from, like, anywhere, even if it is the Fatui.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
If this was, like, any other faction, like, I would be like, oh, that's kind of them, but I don't know if they have another goal in mind. But the fact that she does have a pyro vision, and they've shown it quite a few times, makes me believe that she might be playable.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
I mean, that makes sense. And Navia is really smart.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
You know what? I don't know if this is going to be a mistake, but I'm going to take the Knave out the grey area, and I'm going to put her in the good books. Well done, Knave.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
Makes
sense.
sense.
I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
How so? Can you reveal that to us? If it's using the Gnosis, what's going on?
Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Okay.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Melus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Melus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person.
Look at
And
that.
they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
Man, this scenery, though, with the sun, it's such a beautiful shot.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
Hopefully there's a way to bring them back. God, I don't know now. If more people disappear from the Primordial Sea, it's most likely there's going to be a way for them to come back. But if this is the amount of people that have, like, disappeared, that's a bad sign, because I don't think they're going to be coming back if that's the case.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
And Furina is trying to deceive fate.
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
I don't mind seeing Lenny and Lynette again. Are they still in the prison? I actually don't know.
By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Yes, hello?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
God, Paimon is so spoiled, but you know what? I was kind of the same.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in.
Okay.
Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
I do remember that. Is it time?
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for a jolly corporation has come.
Indeed.
Jolly indeed.
Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you.
Okay, this is actually big information.
During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways.
Yeah, anything ancient in Fontaine, you better, like, run away from it. Because that's going to probably be the most dangerous with primordial water.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious.
Okay, fair enough. We'll go investigate. I know what you're hinting at.
My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
Yeah, we'll do it, don't worry.
That's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents.
Okay, so they're not in the prison.
Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
We got you, Lenny, mate. Look, I have them all at friendship level 10, so, you know, we're tight.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Yeah, are you sure this will be okay? Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Buzzing.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
Yeah, we're in the same boat, Paimon.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Hey man, if you need more, I can give it to you. We're in the millions. If you're tight on any kind of money, we can pay you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Alright, don't jinx it, Paimon.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
No. No, let's not. No, we're gonna lose Navia now, aren't we? No. Damn you, Hoyoverse, I see what you're doing here.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
It has primordial water,
Are
Navia.
you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
It's gonna have primordial water, she's gonna fall like we saw in the trailer, she's gonna disappear, it's gonna be sad. I don't wanna see it.
Well, I'm sad, yes, but I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me.
Okay.
Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Melus and Silver.
I mean, that makes sense. Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us. But it's gonna contain primordial water, man.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
I mean, okay, if we're gonna, like, put anything good out of this, is if Navia does disappear, then there's gonna be a way to, you know, revert the primordial seawater. That means there'll be a way to revert everyone back. Because I don't think Hoyoverse is gonna kill off a character before, you know, they get released. Hopefully. Were these ruins here before?
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
I mean, we've seen a lot of this.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
I should be saying that to you, Navia. We're not in danger. We're not from Fontaine. Let's put on the damage dealing team. I wonder if we're going to get Navia as a playable character, as like a trial character. Nope, that might have been asking for too much. Oh, hilly chills. That's how you know it's going to have something to do with the law. Hey, good job, mate. Oh, Jesus.
The floor here isn't safe.
I know, I wasn't paying attention, Paimon. It probably had cracks in it. I was too busy looking ahead. Didn't expect to get jump scared. I'll keep that in mind. Here we are.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah, setting everything up to what happens. Ugh.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Yeah, you should go back to safety, Navia.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
It's such a difficult situation, though, because, like, she needs, like, people that she knows to be next to her at the minute. And then there's probably, like, survivor's guilt. She's probably just gonna stay.
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
Well, we didn't say that, Paimon. Why are you saying that? I mean, I agree with you, Paimon, but, man, you're making this worse.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the looks of things here, maybe there's no way back. Oh, well, that's just perfect, isn't it? Oh, yeah, because the floor... Oh, yeah, because the floor collapsed.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
You can climb, right, Navia?
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
This is gonna be really bad.
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either.
Yeah, I see all the warning signs you're putting down, Hoiverse.
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Yeah, seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now, then, but please be careful.
Yeah, she's gonna disappear, man. I've got to emotionally prepare myself.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Okay, what would happen if we just, I don't know, take a quick dip? Okay. Okay, we just get reset. Gotcha. Alright, this is just giving me Tomb Raider vibes. Open sesame. Whoa, okay, well that looks important. See, like, look at that. The fact that this is a domain and we can't, like, constantly visit here, it's a shame. Or is this gonna... God damn it, man. Defeated by a small crack. I'm guessing this is gonna collapse and we need to run.
Wait, there's something wrong with this...
Yep, I know, we're running. No! Oh, here we go. Shit, let her go in front. Oh, no. No! Grab it! Grab it! Paimon! Flavia! No! No! It's fine, man. Knew that was gonna happen, man. Navia, no! Oh. Oh, she's been dissolved. God damn it, man. Because that means her consciousness is gonna, like, connect with everyone else that has been dissolved.
Demoiselle?
Mm-hmm. Come on, man.
Huh?
No, Navia, no.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Oh, she's just dreaming. Or is this what you see when you get dissolved? Who knows, man?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Melus.
Hmm? Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
Wake up, Navia, please.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
It can only go two ways here. It's rather we saved her and she just, like, passed out and now she's dreaming, or she's been dissolved, which I feel like that's kind of where we're going.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I?
Come on, man.
This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
You gotta keep your mind intact.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine.
Yeah, because it has this water effect everywhere, so this isn't a dream sequence.
I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
Okay.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
So is it she's just dreaming of something that's happened before? Or is it like the Primordial Sea is trying to like make up something to like distract her from reality?
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Miss Navia. Mr. Melus, and Mr. Silver too. It's good to see all of you.
Whoa, wait.
How have you been?
Wait, these are the people that also dissolved, right? If I can recall from the names.
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for.
I think so.
Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's fair.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
One moment, I have it right here.
Yeah, these are the people that disappeared.
Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom.
Yeah, so all of their consciousness is like connected.
I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Oh, man, that's kind of sad.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Melus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Yeah, because she's no longer denying it now. Like, she's fully accepted this reality.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Oh, wait, she's starting to realize.
Very well.
It seems.
Wait.
Yeah.
Something seems to be off here.
Let's go, Navia.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
She's the one that disappeared.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously.
Use that high intelligence, Navia.
I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
Yeah, because only, how many people? Only like 8 people disappeared, right? If we include like Melus and Silver.
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
See, it seems like it's trying to distract the people that it's dissolved. Unless it's creating like a different reality for the people that dissolve as like, you know, like a different timeline kind of way.
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Yeah, okay. This is really weird.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
See, it's trying to distract her. It's trying to take her mind off. It's trying to make her not figure it out.
Oh? All right then.
Yeah, that's super weird, man.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her 2 attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Again, I can't remember the names. It's very empty though. 5, 6. Yeah, the 6 people that disappeared, and then, you know, Melus and Silver. That's everyone, right?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something.
Ugh.
I even know some of these people.
Oh, nah, man, this is starting to get really weird.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Julien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case?
I don't like this. This is creepy now.
And as for the judge... Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Imagine if this is like how the Oratrice like judges if someone's guilty, is because everyone in the primordial like sea also kind of judges. The weird theory that's probably not the case, but...
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
Don't you do it.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
This is creepy. I don't like it. Yeah, it's like the seawater's trying to, like, convert her. Or make her just totally forget.
What kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
Yeah, this person left their seat, so that's the one that's currently standing up there.
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Okay.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson.
That's correct.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded.
Okay, this doesn't seem to be like a hate thing. I think this is just some like weird praise thing that's going on.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
This is doing a very good like job at creeping me out.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Yeah, all their consciousness have like been merged together, because that's what we saw with the women that disappeared. They all became like one like entity.
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked.
I don't like
and
this.
And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
It's so weird, dude.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Ugh.
Huh? What are you saying?
Oh man, that's so weird, dude.
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
I mean, the only good thing out of this is that means there's going to be a way to turn everyone back. There's a way to make them, like, reappear again.
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Oh, man. It's so weird, dude. Leave me alone.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
This is a nightmare.
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
To make her consciousness join them. Come on. Come on, Silver.
A moment. This isn't right!
Let's go. Nice. So it makes you go into like a drone state then.
Melus?
What was that, Mr. Melus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Oh, that is so weird. So she's declared guilty, her consciousness joins them, and then she becomes a drone, like everyone, and like loses her memory. Ugh, come on, man.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
I don't like that.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
Yo, man, these two are goated.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others.
God, having these two behind your back would honestly be amazing. But also, you know, now that they've disappeared, ugh.
Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
That's so weird.
Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
Nah,
And
man,
you
sign
would
me
call
out.
this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual.
Talk that talk, Melus.
Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Oh, this is so weird, dude. Ugh. I don't like it.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
Yeah, so it is just like brainwashing.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Wait, the coloring here is starting to go a bit more like grey.
Demoiselle.
So is she keeping her mind?
It hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me.
Yeah, so it seems like she's returning back to normal. So I think what happens is once you fall into primordial like seawater, you go through a trial, and if you're not able to like keep your wits about you and you're declared guilty, that's when you disappear. Interesting, okay.
I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier.
Let's get it, Navia.
Even Melus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
That is going to be a really interesting concept if that is the case, though. You only disappear in the seawater the moment you admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged?
Like the sin?
We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Nah.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
If it means bodying you, it's on.
Mr. Melus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn?
Oh, it's breaking apart.
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
Oceanid.
Navia belongs to us.
I saw that.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
There we go. There's the reality.
What are you saying?
That's so weird, though.
No more excuses!
Oh, here we go.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
Get me out,
with
Chief.
These people.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Yo, okay, bodying like 6 Oceanids is probably going to be very difficult, but you know, it is what it is. We're going to have to do it.
Silence!
Oh. Monsieur Neuvillette coming in clutch.
That's...
Yep. Put in your place. Sit down. Oh wait, there's 7 of them. Okay.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Wait, why have these 2 been grayed out? Wait, that means they've regained their consciousness so that they're no longer like oceanids? Okay, this is a confusing mess.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Let's go.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
Oh.
But...
yeah, you can't
Go
bring
on now,
those 2.
demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Come on, no, dude. It's like... oh, and the emotions again, man.
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Oh, come on, man.
Melus, Silver.
Oh, damn it.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
That is so interesting, though, the fact that you only dissolve once you admit guilt. Oh, so it could be entirely possible there's no way of bringing them back. Oh, come on, man. That's so interesting, though.
No, wait! Just a second!
Oh, come on, man.
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Hello, Neuvillette. Oh, that is so fascinating. Okay.
I must have been dreaming. Melus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
That was real.
Looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
That's what I've been suggesting since the start. Can we just give her a hug?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Falling towards it, so she wasn't in it.
You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
He doesn't remember?
What is it?
So, because that confirms there's 2 realities. There's Tevad, and then there's, like, Primordial Sea.
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
So interesting.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that dissolved became Oceanids.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Yep.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
I mean, they're not technically dead. Like, they're still alive, just in like a weird way. So what happens is, before you fall into the Primordial Sea, you have a dream about going through a trial, which 99% of the people are declared guilty, and then, you know, their consciousness disappears, and then they dissolve. That is interesting. I like that a lot.
Please come with me.
Okay. Can we at least...
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Can we at least give her a hug, man? She needs it.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
He remembered, maybe?
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
Seems to be the case, but I feel like there's something else on his mind.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Makes sense.
Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
He's trying his best, Paimon. Oh yeah, by the way, Sigewinne sends her regards. Totally forgot about that.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
She's doing fine. She might be becoming a little bit too psychotic, but you know, it is what it is.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
She definitely understands it, alright.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meripede.
I mean, everything that's going bad is on the surface, so they're vibing in the fortress.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Yeah, you're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about?
So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yeah, Paimon? Okay.
Yes, of course.
I wonder why.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins?
Good
Did
place.
the knave tell you?
That's a good place to start.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
So Neuvillette is the only one that's able to bring their consciousness, like, back to reality?
Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
So the knave saved Navia. You know what? Thank you.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet. She probably just needs a good hug, man.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I feel much safer with Neuvillette
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
here. It would be cool if we got like a bunch of trial characters though. This place looks nice though. Oh, is this gonna break again?
Oh no!
Yep, here we go.
Another unstable path! Watch your step!
We're good. Oh, this also breaks? Okay, nope. Oh, wait. Oh. Come on! God damn it. There we go. Alright, we survived.
I'm down! Watch out!
Oh.
There are rocks falling over here!
Don't worry, we have Zhongli, we're fine. Oh well, we know this is gonna break again. God, this just reminds me of Tomb Raider.
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Yeah, you can fly, Paimon. You have nothing to worry about. Oh. Yeah, so what does this do? That's what I'm interested in. Alright, up we go, I guess. That's so cool, though. I wonder what it controls, though. Maybe the water level? Guess we're gonna have to find out. Here we are.
Looks like we've reached the end.
So how long is this gonna be? Because like it's already been like an hour, I think. There is a lot to clear, so hopefully it's like 3 hours.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
You never know.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. What is it? What is it, traveler? Ah, Furina.
Slates?
The prophecy.
It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Oh, I don't like that. They're all surrounding Furina. God, I did suggest it last time, but is the only way to stop the prophecy to, like, sacrifice her? Nah, that's weird, man.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
So it was destroyed because it was important. Maybe that's the original sin? the reason why they're being punished in the first place.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed.
The prophecy.
I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
So only people that can predict the future, so I don't think it's gonna be Mona, but it's probably gonna be her master, right? Or someone along those lines.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
I can't remember, was that...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated.
Celestia?
And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
So this was the first Hydro Archon. Yeah, so it seems like she pissed off Celestia. Oh, we're finally getting some more Celestia lore.
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
Unless the first Hydro Archon is still alive, but she's in the primordial sea world. And the reason why Furina is cursed is because technically the first Hydro Archon isn't dead. So that's why Furina doesn't actually have Archon powers.
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one.
Yep.
This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Bunch of theories going around. Okay.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match. This is going to be good for Neuvillette, though, because this will, like, re-jog his memories. Hopefully. This is the most interesting one, though. Oh. Yo, gaining the memories? I respect it.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Damn it.
Most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Yeah, because that first slate was probably intentionally destroyed by someone. Because on the second one here, the first Hydro Archon is being punished by Celestia. So that definitely means the first slate is the original sin. Fascinating.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates.
I know, it's interesting.
This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
Yeah. Unless you trick fate.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Do we have anyone that can repair ancient ruins? You got something, Navia? The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right? True, because we haven't seen the third one come true yet.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Unless this hasn't happened yet. Because it's been mentioned multiple times that the prophecy has moved on to the next stage. So we could be here at the minute.
And yet the order is reversed here.
Yeah, the second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to? Well, we don't know because the first one's destroyed.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
We've deciphered that.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Egeria,
the
that's how you
previous
pronounce
Archon
it.
kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
What did she do, man? Because her sin must have something to do with the whale.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
Yeah, we need to repair that first one.
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
We did hear Mona in the trailer, right? So it's probably best if we do go talk to Mona, or if she comes here.
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Mona's master, maybe? Or one of the witches.
Seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, well, there's no way to get out at the minute, that we know of, unless Monsieur Neuvillette can fly us out.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. See, this is the most interesting one. Who knows? Who knows?
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
But you know, it's good that we didn't lose Navia.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
I mean, can't rest yet. Still a lot to do.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
Give her a hug
I'll
before she
depart
goes.
as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
Is this the time to
Traveler,
rest?
I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm
Okay.
sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Unless Furina destroyed the first one, for some reason. Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up easily. Which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
I mean, Furina definitely has a plan, but she's currently keeping it away from everyone.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
Yeah.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
We won't, but I feel like that's what's gonna cause Furina to go along with the trial. I think talking to Furina about what's happened is gonna set the course for everything that happens after.
Alright. I'll be on my way then.
Alright, goodbye, Navia. Navia and Neuvillette both depart. You and Paimon head to the Spina de Risola base.
We're finally back!
Back to this echoey place.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Oh, buzzing.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navia, no, the boss is the best.
Yeah, you did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's!
Yo, that cake looking kinda delicious though, I'm not gonna lie.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Ah, there's Mona. Hello. I know that hat from anywhere.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Oh, it's our Mona. Hello.
Huh?
Great to see you though.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What we're doing in every other place. Exploring. Right, get up here. Interesting though. I mean, she's gonna tell us about the prophecy, though. Lady Magistus, did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Yeah, I mean, it could be kind of helpful, you never know.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
I don't think she is, right?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city.
Okay.
I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Kind of like it's fate. Whoa. But no, I forgot she works with the Steambird. Like, she publishes her, like, findings to the Steambird and all that.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
I mean, kind of.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was
well, some other thing. Either way, the
Tell
old
us.
hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Of course. Do we know that? Is that in like her story somewhere? Who knows?
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
What is it?
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
The Great Mona. Buzzing.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I mean, fair play though, innit?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Yeah, and may I ask what your master's name is? Oh, we're finally getting this information.
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Okay, I'm not remembering that, but I shall screenshot it. Barbeloth Trismegistus. Ugh. Tongue twister.
That's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
So, Mona, do you know if your master is around anywhere? Or, you know, if she made any stone slates, predicted any prophecies, you know, anything of that kind?
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Fair play, though, innit?
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about triple strength traveler or triple appetite paimon? There you go.
Terrible!
It's right though, isn't it?
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents
That's it.
migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Wait, so if your parents are both Fontaine and you're born in Mondstadt, are you still born with the sin? Or if both of your parents are from Mondstadt, but they give birth to you in Fontaine, are you born with the sin? These are probably questions that will never be answered, but it's interesting to think about.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right?
We are?
I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
Don't worry, don't worry. We've gone into it, we've drunk it, you know, we're fine.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
We can tell you about it if you want. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist.
Fair enough.
The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
But yeah, the fact that Mona's here, it must have something to do with her, like, her master.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
Yeah, read Furina's
What I can tell
future.
you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
I mean, yeah, because technically if Fontaine's water levels rise, that's gonna affect the whole world. Unless there's some weird phenomenon that stops the water from flooding all of Tevat.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
So it's possible it's her master, or it's one of the other witches.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Yep.
Of course. The old hag could do it.
There you go.
And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Yeah, I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure?
Yeah, yes, please.
All right, I'll help you.
Oh.
It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Come on, we won't be able to talk with her? Because I think we've only talked to one witch so far, right? That was at end of Scaramouche's, like, Archon quest? The interlude chapter, right?
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Yep.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Yeah, don't let your nose grow too big.
Just for you, of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Feel like her master might be a little bit better, but you know, it is what it is.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh yeah, our food's probably gotten cold at this point.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Ah, but we want to talk to your master, man. We want to talk to the old hag.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we are making a ruckus. Yeah, try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you.
Yeah, because you don't speak for us. We just silently nod and pretend we're talking. Alright, thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
Which I still find weird. Are we actually talking, canon-wise? Or are we just like, or can just Paimon, like, understand us? No, because then people respond to what we say. It's so weird, I never know. After the conversation, you decide to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy.
And now, everywhere's flooded, everything's gone bad, everyone's gone.
But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
I feel like we should talk to Mona first though, right? In my opinion, we should at least get the information from Mona, because I feel like that's going to be very important. Hello, Sadine.
You're here, finally.
Or is the door locked? What's going on?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go
Oh.
see for yourself.
The drama. Sign me in. Oh, here we go.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
Have you?
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
But there's a reason why she can't tell us, like, or tell anyone for that matter. Because I feel like the moment she does, she's going to be put on trial. And she has to prepare for that moment.
You mean they're all...
So she didn't know about that.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will not have it happen again.
That's fair. Wait a minute, isn't this where her vision's meant to be? What they posted on Twitter? This is where her vision is. Why is it just a gem? Interesting.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Probably.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Oh, you do.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
Yes, Furina.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
The original sin, but guys, please, If I was standing here, I would instantly move. This must be blinding. Just standing in the light.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
Maybe this Furina doesn't, but the other one might.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
Because the Furina we saw in the trailer had short hair near the end. Huh.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
Kind of, yeah.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
But you're hiding something. That's the thing, Furina.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Oh.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries.
Yeah, she's hiding something. And they're showing the clock as well. Because I know there's a world quest containing like a clock and it like stopping on time. But I'm just piecing together information that I haven't obtained yet.
You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be. Nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Well, there you go.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
I mean, he does care about you.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
But why are you not
There's
revealing
no point
it?
questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
I do believe that, but it is still very weird.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Putting her foot down.
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
I don't like that. Is that where she's gonna be declared guilty? Yeah, she's got this all planned out. Hello? That was weird.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
Smiling?
She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
That's so weird, dude. So it seems like she knows she's about to put on a performance. She seems deeply troubled, but she also seems like she's deliberately hiding something. Monsieur?
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Yep.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue.
This is where everything is gonna hit the fan.
Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Yeah, I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. She's hiding it for a reason. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is. I think she knows.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
She's gonna reveal it at the right time. Like when she's put on trial, that's when she'll reveal everything. Because I feel like that's the third slate we saw. Like everyone surrounding her in the water. That's currently where the prophecy's at, and that's what we're gonna see at the minute.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Put her on trial.
Oh? Like what?
Oh no. She's gonna be put on trial, you know, and then the Oratrice is gonna declare her guilty and then the death sentence. Oh man.
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
I feel like this is also part of her plan.
So many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Oh, this is probably why Neuvillette is gonna feel so guilty, though. Because we saw, like, this very pained expression on his face, and in his voice.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass.
That's fair.
This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
But I feel like that's what she's been planning, though, is to keep everything a secret, so then she will be put on trial because that's what she wants. In that case, we need to help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. Ghostbusters. A few days later, on a boat somewhere in the quiet Paswan. Paswan?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Well, it's definitely gonna be Navia, the Knave, Risley? I don't know.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Hello, Lynette.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
Fair
That's
play.
what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Hey, we're considered family. Nice.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
I don't mind a cup. And then I'm guessing firm nets on the left.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Asking Firminae to talk? Ooh.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
That's like the worst person you could ask.
How about you, good sir?
Ah.
I fear that
remember
I
that?
will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Whoa. Okay, dude.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
I mean, we've got 3 factions here. I mean, I guess 4 if you're counting the Traveler and Paimon.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Hello, Clorand.
You might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is gonna get interesting, boys.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Okay.
Oh, how intriguing.
Yeah, Lenny's gonna definitely like that.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Clorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Yo, well done, Clorand. Woo! Oh, wait, there we go. I'm a bit too late.
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
It is nice seeing these two, like, be close after what happened.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Oh, that's cute. Wholesome. Before everything goes downhill.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Me?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
You never caught fish? Femini's probably a good thing for that.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Yeah?
I'm afraid not.
Okay, never
You
mind.
may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
I think we've heard that name before, right?
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Oh.
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't in Sumeria that I heard that. Maybe this is a new name.
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
Alright, we're not putting her down, Jesus.
If we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
I trust them with it.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Oh, that's actually really adorable.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Well done, mate.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
A barring method for a barring person. I'm joking.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
There's.
And I can be their assistant.
Yep, good support.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind.
I mean, we did see Furina hugging a robot dog, right, in her teaser, if I remember correctly.
I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Aw. She liked the way, that's cute.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
Not that you know of.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur.
Got it.
If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
That suits his character.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need.
Okay, let's clear this up, guys. We are trying to make Furina talk, alright? Confess secrets. We're all clear about that, right?
If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Yeah.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
I mean, that's fair.
So, are we going hunting together?
Quite the hunting squad, though, I won't lie.
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
We've done a lot of hunting, though, so technically it's right, we are hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
I mean, my guy, you are a dragon. You're above a god. Not at the minute, but you know, you will be if you get your power back. That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Florian's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because this is not what you should do at present. Nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither a hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Ooh. Are we? Okay, we're also just going alone.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Yeah, those meetings sure did make me hungry. I wish we brought everyone down here. That would be a vibe.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
We're taking down, well, we're judging a god.
They'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Yeah, do you feel more confident after the meeting, Spymon?
Well...
Because you're in the same boat as Furina. Just a scaredy cat.
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
Like always.
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
That's cute. Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No I didn't. Who's invisible?
Then what's that?
That looks really fancy though.
I've never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who are you? Are you Mona's master?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
She sounded just like Mona.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Have we spoken to you before?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
That is her voice. Okay. What is it she told us last time? It had something to do with like fate or something. Actually, I do want to check.
Unfortunately, the fate of Teyvat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance. But for anyone else, who can say?
That ties into Furina's teaser. The fate of Teyvat cannot be easily changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance. Oh, interesting.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
Yeah, not from Celestia, but from the witch table. Somewhere in the sky. Is it in the sky?
You're feeling lost now. Just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Yeah, who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Okay, so it is a different witch. Interesting, okay. Friend's disciple. So this is one of the friends of Mona's master? The Enmitic N of the God, I cannot pronounce these names, man. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Indeed, but it can be changed by a god, right? Or, well, has a slim chance.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
She's gonna confirm
I
it.
believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed?
Well, Scaramouche wasn't able to do it because he lost his god powers. There it is again, fate. Can there really be no exceptions? Well, there can be, because she's already confirmed it with us. A god may have a slim chance.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall?
The Abyss and Celestia. Those are the only two places that I can think of.
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Leave it to the theorizers. They'll decipher it fully. The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well. Damn it.
I believe that you understand, right?
Fill it back up.
Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
Okay.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Man, screw fate. We'll do our own thing.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
I mean, we didn't even make the tea, you did, but it is what it is. But that'll be all for today, so we might see her once again.
The voice. It's gone.
We should have just filled the teacup back up. Mage N. Is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside. Okay, so we fell asleep.
Paimon hears someone talking.
So, fate will be our guide. We just have to play our part.
Alright, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Okay, let's not cap.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Hello, Mona. Yeah, how have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
How so?
Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
If you want someone that's already got everything planned out, go talk to Risley. That man has a massive ship waiting.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Oh, Charlotte.
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist?
That's one way to put it.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Fez.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
Mage N. You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty
So
bold if
interesting.
you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
So it does seem like we're going to be getting some information on Celestia. Like, I know I did put Camria here, but that also, I would say that also counts for the Abyss. We're either going to get information on the Abyss or Celestia. That's like the main two things I can think of at the minute. Because if they do not give us any information on those two, I don't know when they're going to give it to us, because this is the perfect opportunity.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well,
old.
Suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
So does she actually have a body, or is she a spirit? Yeah, because she's just invisible, isn't she? It seems like.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
I think they're on par with the gods, right? Or they have the power level of a god?
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
The gods have blind spots. That's the most interesting part to take away from it.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so...
I can't give away too many answers. Would spoil the fun.
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Probably when everything goes downhill. Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
We're theorizing, Mona.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
We're gonna get a great cutscene though. That's all that matters.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
Unless it's done by a god, or maybe a descender. So I'm guessing fate can only be changed by 3 types of people. Dragons, gods, and descenders. Those are the 3 people that can only change fate. And maybe the Abyss. Who knows?
But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
It's quite deep.
Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
Yeah, like she said, fate is a guide, but we must play our part. So pretty much, we follow the story quest, and we do what we have to do to make sure things don't go wrong.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Good answer.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
I wonder if we're gonna see her again then. Yeah, don't worry about it, Mona. And thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little.
It worked.
I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
That is true. I mean, yeah, anything that's highly, like, related to fate, it's most likely we're gonna meet Mona or, like, anyone of the witch circle. Well, goodbye, Mona.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad, too.
It's giving us motivation.
Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
For a fly.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry about that. You know what as well? We'll do our second temple. Let's get it. Come home early. Nope. Third. Nope. Come on, give me Charlotte as well, please. Fourth temple. Nope. Last temple for now. We're on 50 pity. Nope. God damn it, man. Not even a single Charlotte either.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous. Or maybe Charlotte's done it.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it.
Yeah, this is Charlotte.
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Fair play, though.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress.
That we did.
So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Charlotte is just our hype man, isn't she?
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Hey, what a title. God damn. The Traveler's Tale, World Walker.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
Bit weird, but alright.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Yeah, that sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Yeah, Charlotte's a vibe. And maybe that means that she'll come home? Charlotte? And Furina? Charlotte? Damn it. Come on, Charlotte, please. Here we are.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Yeah, let's go drink some primordial Fanta. Or Fanta. Yeah, what's going on in here? Who we're looking out for?
Hey, quick!
Oh.
Look!
That was a weird camera. Furina?
That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Okay. It hasn't already sold out for the day.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great!
That's when we came here with Navia, right? Yeah, we can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Oh. God damn it, Mezzaleems.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Yeah, it'll probably be for Furina.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Oh.
It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Alright. Hello, Sidine.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Ah, fair enough. I'm so glad that is the case. I love how they express themselves, man.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Fair enough.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
I mean, fair play to you, I guess. What?
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon,
Jesus,
and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
Paimon, come on, man. Way to make everything depressing.
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Jesus.
You know, like in the prophecy.
Way to dampen the mood.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
I respect the mindset.
It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Okay, fair enough. Great answer.
Huh.
Oh god, I love the Melusine so much.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Wait, hold on. Don't buy it all up, please.
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin
Aw.
said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Thank you for the cake.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Is there a reason why she looks more human, though? Because I think some of us want to know why that is the case. Who did it?
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
She is not wrong.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
God, that's so cute. Alright. Goodbye, Sidine.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Hopefully. You share a glance with Paimon and scarf down the cake.
More delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
Jesus, Paimon, can you not?
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
God. You're the worst person to be around, Paimon. Positive mindset. Everything is gonna come to an end. If only we could eat here tomorrow. Everything is gonna flood.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Please don't be depressing. Hello, Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
We did. Also, don't mind my crystal fly trap here. It has nothing to do with the story.
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Oh, well.
It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you.
Buzzard.
I've even set the table with some food.
Way.
Really? Oh, you're the best.
No, that's all.
You're almost a
No,
little too easy to win over,
Yeah.
Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
If that's one way to cheer up Paimon from being depressing, then so be it.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Yeah.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Mm-hmm.
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
Mona Majestic.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine.
Now we did.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She hates you.
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
She did indeed.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
I mean, look, I'm fine with giving Charlotte what she wants, to be honest.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Hey, she always has to get that
Oh,
scoop.
of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me? Like, which journalist doesn't? You are legendary figures who have been part of like a lot of world-changing events, and you've solved a lot of problems. Every journalist wants to interview you.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
What?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Okay.
Oh.
That's enough time for everything to go downhill.
Just chat when you have the time then?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
You'll be able to interview us after everything goes downhill, so you'll have an extra little bit of information to talk about.
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Alright, goodbye, Charlotte.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
Oh, don't be depressing.
And what's that?
Here we go.
If, just for example,
damn it.
Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
But you really know how to bring down the mood, don't you, Paimon?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're
Seems like
seriously
that's
asking,
what we're
then
getting at.
I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
Yeah, so what would happen then if everyone just, like, evacuates Fontaine then? Because if they do, they're gonna be alive. Unless, you know, Fontaine just ends up flooding all of Teyvat with, like, primordial water. So they'll never be able to go into the sea again.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
You know, that's fair. Everyone's different, I guess.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
But you see, Charlotte, you needed a few days to prepare that interview. If it was to flood tomorrow, you wouldn't have the chance.
And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
I respect the mindset, though.
I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Fair play.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
I respect it.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
I mean, the way how people go about disasters or, you know, things related to it is different.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Yeah, it just starts rising once we get there.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
God, we are just gonna see it start rising, aren't we?
Paimon's been thinking.
I can see that, yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Teyvat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
I mean, judging what the Traveler normally does, we'll just hop to a new world. But, I mean, technically we've been trapped here, so I guess that wouldn't be the case.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? Interesting question. It's just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
The only time we're gonna have to worry about that is near the end of the story, Paimon. You know, once we get to like Act 7 or somewhere along those lines, that's when we truly need to worry about the end. Yeah, until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Butchered that. Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have looked upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yep, and that's what we'll keep on doing. The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Rosola safe house at the Fleuve Candrier. God, love pronouncing Fontaine names. Navia, having finished her business in Passant, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Oh, that's kind of cute. All goes well. It's the calm before the storm.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Yeah, and the beds look uncomfortable.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Who are you?
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yep, I remember.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So you're under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his.
Buzzing.
Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Alright, let's hear it. Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Oh, okay.
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious.
Yeah, personally don't think a riot is that big of a deal.
Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Oh, the trap.
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Oof. I kind of feel bad for her, though.
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I mean, I think this is also due to the work of the trap that we're setting.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
Yeah, that's
so
the reality.
After that, is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
Fair enough. She's in a situation where she can't talk about it and everyone's ganging up against her, so the only option is to leave. There's no calming down that.
The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
Well, she's probably planning for what's to come.
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
I can think of a few locations where she might be. Possibly at the fountain, on top of the Opera Epiclus. I don't know.
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Mental damage? I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
That's fine.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Yeah, thank you.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Hopefully we do get a moment to talk with Furina alone. Yep, that's the trap.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Poisson. You should caught on quickly.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Yep, but I still feel like Furina wants the trial to happen.
And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Neuvillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't want her people to disappear. But it feels like she is setting herself up to be sacrificed. Because that might be what we saw in the third Stone Delay, is like, everyone surrounding Furina, like her sacrificing herself.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
That's fair.
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective's done you some good. Yeah, hopefully she stays this way.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Let's get it. Off we trot.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
I mean, we knew that already.
Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Hello, Furina.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Yeah, shh. Quiet.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Oh, come on, man.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out.
You got this, man. But yeah, it seems like she does have a plan, but I think she knows herself that it has a slim chance of working. You know, like how Mage N said, there's only a slim chance for gods to change fate. Again, Furina probably knows.
I'm sorry.
Oh, can we just...
What can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over.
Yo, we really just need an option to hug characters, man. Furina.
Who's that?
So...
Don't worry, Furina, it's just us.
We need to hug Neuvillette, we need to hug Navia, we need to hug Furina. We need to give everyone hugs.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land.
Hide it.
Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Hey, we saw you crying, you can't hide it.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
She's really good at putting on an act. I'll give her that.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
You can tell it's had an effect on her, though.
Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Marsh Dose Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Yeah, stop trying to act so tough, Furina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Let's break down those walls.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Okay, I kind of feel bad.
Quick, after her!
Alright, go away.
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
I don't think that's the case, mate.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Just bodies them. No, here we go.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Let's go. She's not very fast though, is she? Off we run. Here we trot. I think we went up there, yeah. Oh no, we hid behind boxes. The ultimate hiding spot.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina!
Go on, just have a chat with us, Furina, man.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Oh yeah, we're leading her into a trap, aren't we? I forgot. I was too busy sympathizing with her.
Hurry, they're almost here.
This is not a trap at all.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Yeah, just come up these stairs. Yeah, sit down at this table. Don't mind, like, the 8 of us standing around you. Oh, this is weird.
Paimon's exhausted.
I mean, we didn't run for that long. Never mind.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
We have a bowl with fish in it.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Might want to quiet down a bit. Yeah. This place is not what I'll call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
I'm alright, Paimon. Okay. This is all part of the trap, right, guys?
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Oh god, no. I feel so bad. Stop.
It can't be. It's happening again.
This is all part of the trap, right, guys? This isn't actually another shaking. I can't tell anymore.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Mm.
But the people of Poisson, they've already...
I mean, there still might be a chance to revert it, possibly, if the primordial sea goes back to its original state. Has Furina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourself as Furina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
We've broken down the wall, let's go!
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me.
Okay.
I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
But I feel like she's still got one plan left, though. Again, like she said, she's still holding out. I mean, she's at the breaking limit, but she's still holding for some reason.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But if that's the case, that would also mean that hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
It is nice to know that she truly cares about her people, though.
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else.
That's fair.
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't
I respect
worry.
it.
I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
That's good to know, though.
Well, that's enough for now.
Back into the
I
acting.
got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
She really is a theater kid, man. She definitely knows how to get back into the role.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Right.
How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. It could be the case that Furina is just playing a distressed maiden, and she does have a plan that she knows will work, but she has to play the part because she needs to deceive fate. She has to make it look like she's on the brink of breaking. Or I might just be reading too much into it, who knows? Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, You can still choose to confide in someone, like Neuvillette. Or just share it with me. I'm what you'll call a witness. Who was it that said that to us? I think it was Zhongli, right? In his second story quest? God, that was a while ago.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes.
Indeed.
In other words, you never belonged here.
Yep.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
That's one way of putting it. I guess you're correct.
If that's the case...
Put on a performance. There's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. Oh, cutscene. Come on. You can do it. But she's cursed, right? Maybe she can't. Oh. Okay, so the shaking was real. Oh, damn. Okay, guys. I didn't want it to be like this. Oh, this is awful. Oh, no, I don't like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Oh, I feel so bad. You couldn't have given us like 30 more seconds, guys? How did you even get that shipment in here? Okay.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
I'm so sorry, Furina.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
I'm like a 95% on the guilt scale, to be honest. I feel so bad.
Do not forget, however, that I am Focalors, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
I mean, even gods can be judged. Even you yourself.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh, well, that's definitely not something she's going to be taking.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Oh, hey, this is something we saw in Furina's demo, right? It was Cloren versus Risley, but... Huh. Oh.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Yeah, we've got everyone in on it. Oh. What's she doing? Ah, she surrendered.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
I mean, she doesn't have her powers, so that makes sense. Not that we know of anyway, unless she's just pretending to be weak. But she is cursed at the minute.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry about this.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
Guys, I feel like if we were just given like a minute left in the box, we could have got important information, and then we could have done this.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
Playing the part.
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
This is where everything is gonna start heading downhill.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
She's putting the final plan into play.
I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
You can tell that's not an act. She
This
means
time, I will protect you.
it.
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
I believe it.
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalors, will now begin!
See, when it comes to Furina, you know when she's, like, putting on an act, and then when she's, like, speaking the truth, because she becomes a lot more serious, and, like, she really puts her foot down, but then, you know, she sprinkles the extra onto it. Woohoo! Alright, shut up.
Oh, now we're making history.
I hate you all as well, man. I hate the crowd. I wouldn't mind if they disappeared.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing?
That's what she does best.
Come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Yeah, she knows what she's doing.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
Yep.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
Neuvillette?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Oh, it's us. Hello. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so?
Rematch, baby.
Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We're getting that rematch. We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. Well, yeah, she was about to tell us, but then, you know, you dropped the whole act. Like, we had her standing there, she was thinking about it, and then we were just like, alright, she's not telling us, drop the box. It's okay though, as long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure out everything. Alright, let's get it. To the stands we go. Alright, let's have that rematch.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
Go at it.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
I mean, we did quite a bit. I think you would know.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Good thing we have all the main characters up front. And then we even have Charlotte here to document it.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Yep.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
I mean, that was pretty obvious.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame.
I mean, yeah, all it takes is like a couple of people and it just sparks everyone else to go out of control.
Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Yep.
So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
And then we come in and we lead you to the trap.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
Correct.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
Yeah, can we get an explanation about how you actually got the box in here?
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
Yes, but it still doesn't explain how you were able to transport it across the water and then actually transport it into the Opera Epiclese. Opera Epiclese. How do you fucking pronounce that again? Jesus.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese.
So was we transported underground then? How was that built?
The volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course.
How did you prepare this in a few days?
Was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Well done, Lenny.
You're welcome.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Fair play.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
You know, the fact that you can get that done in the few days you had, you know what? Respect.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
Bingo.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Yeah, sorry for triggering, like, PTSD.
Then, I can guess Neuvillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
That is correct.
Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
That is 100% correct. Well done, Furina.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Hey, she knows what kind of work she needs to do.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
That actually felt like a meaningful conversation, though. Again, I feel like we could have got something out of it if we just kept it going for like a minute.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Okay, thank you. That wasn't the case. You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hope that you'll share your secret with us before the magic box arrived on the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
I mean, you still have a chance now, you just have to reveal it in front of everyone.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
Seems like she did regret that, though.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience.
Here we go.
Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage? Exactly.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
Alright.
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Okay.
According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Alright, let's see what it is.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
What's up? I don't think this is very professional, but hello.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
I respect it.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Yeah, it's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Alright, story refresher.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Indeed.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
That's the most interesting thing. I still think with that case, it has something to do with him having it. That's why he was declared guilty. Again, Childe is still gonna play a big part in this.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Yeah, this is interesting. The knave believes it is possible that not only is Furina not really the Archon, but that she is actually inflicted with some kind of curse. There's a lot that could mean.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
I mean, it was terrifying, but, you know, it is what it is. And then the whale dream. Oh, we even told her about that.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Childe and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia.
Aw.
To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Tea time with N. Oh, so we even talked about that.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
So we talked about pretty much everything then. Damn.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Let's get it.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
That's the
Fast
act.
forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
I mean, she has a fair point.
Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
I mean, is the Traveler a human? We are like an alien, technically. But yeah, we don't know what you're planning, Furina. It's obvious you have some sort of plan.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Voice lines, let's
Instead,
go.
I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh, goddamn!
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Like, she isn't the Archon, but she actually is. She's just, like, a different version of the real Archon. It's a weird clone theory, you know?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
She's a celebrity.
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Yeah? The fact that you're hesitating on that?
Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty?
Yeah, because the real Hydro Archon is in the oratories with the Gnosis. Or it might be the case that this curse is stopping her from being the Archon. There's a lot you can go off with that information.
There is no way that I, Focalors, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
That was a bit of a weird way of showing that, splitting her into two and then combining them. Might just be reading too much into it.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
We'll whip out the evidence.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
You never know.
Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
Yeah, we have the evidence.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
This heavy amount of evidence. That's what I have to say to it.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
That is correct. The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
You're a clone of the Archon.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? Yeah, the meeting with the knave. That's very interesting.
You may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And
No,
second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the ferocity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Interesting, okay.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Oh, we're getting into it now, aren't we?
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
So, Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina
is
actually a human?
That would be interesting, though.
It is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
I mean, it could be the case, but I feel like we're missing something. I feel like she is the Archon, just not currently. Like, there's something stopping her from becoming one. Like the curse, for example. Oh. There you go, there's the Oratrice.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
Oh, she could be an Oceanid.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
But you don't have the Gnosis, do you?
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
But it's the fact that even Furina doesn't really know how the Oratrice works, or why it acts up at some times. The Gnosis is definitely in the Oratrice. It must be. That's the only, like, place I can think of. Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all, yep. Okay, it would be Childe's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Childe to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Checkmate.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Oh, unless there's just no way to explain it in the first place.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order.
Yep,
While
you
the
need
court
to
is
tell
in
us.
session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
Yeah, you can't be lying to the court, Furina. You should know that.
You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Uh-huh.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
I mean, it's the rules of the court, Furina.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Even a god.
So, you neither knew why Childe was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice.
I mean, we know why Childe was guilty, maybe. It's because of it. He has some sort of primordial power inside of him.
Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Yep, the real Hydro Archon is in the Oratrice.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me.
AKA the other you inside the Oratrice. There you go.
It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
Unless it is the case that Furina doesn't know what actually the Oratrice is, like she's forgotten. Because it does have the same like teardrops that she has in her eyes, but one of them is dull. So it could be the case that this thing here is like the other part of her eye, or her other self. the real Hydra Archon.
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon? Which she can't because she doesn't have the Gnosis.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
By bringing out your Gnosis?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
Oh.
You don't need to go that far.
Yeah, a brief demonstration of your power over Hydra should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capabilities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Yeah, because the thing is, the image on Twitter shows her wearing a Hydro vision on her side. But currently, if you look at her now, it's kind of like, it's not a vision, it's like a gem.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium!
Right.
All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
I feel like that part is real though. I feel like that is the truth, but again, the only reason she can't use powers is because she doesn't have the Gnosis.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives.
That's a lie.
Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
I do believe the part that she's turning their faith into, like, that power. But that's for a different reason.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Oh no.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
I mean, being a god isn't based on strength. That's just something that comes with the job, I guess. Anyone with a Gnosis can pretty much be called a god. Oh, that's in our
Seems
favor.
like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
You gotta reveal the truth.
The same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
So this is what I was talking about with her eye. You see how one of them's like really unique, and then the other one is kind of plain? It could be the case that that tear eye is currently in the Oratrice.
Please, you've got to believe me.
Oh.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
See, but the thing is, I feel like she's putting on this act. Like, she wants all of this trial to happen. Like, this is all part of, like, her end plan.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
The Oratrice.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
We probably have evidence for this. If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just human. And if she's only human, then the truth about the serial disappearances of young women. Is this the one?
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Oh, are we gonna make her touch primordial seawater? Oof.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
By touching primordial seawater. Jesus.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
This is nothing new, alright? She's done this many times.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
Maybe.
Now,
I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives.
That is really risky, though, carrying that on you. If only a little bit leaks out, you're screwed.
Including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Oh, this is how the whale is gonna break free then, right? It's gonna come out of this? Oh, okay.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve.
I feel like if she did touch it, she wouldn't disappear.
I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
Yeah?
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Let's see. Oh, she's coming down. Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
That only serves as proof that she might not be the Hydro Archon.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Unless she wants to put on an act.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Is she actually gonna do it, though? But is this just gonna summon the whale?
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Oh no, she's doing it. Oh damn. Or it might be the case that even she doesn't know if the water will make her disappear.
Hey!
Yeah, she actually... Yeah, it's... Okay, so it's like she didn't actually know if it was gonna dissolve her or not.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
Interesting.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water!
Okay, dude.
Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
I mean, yeah, I mean, technically she is still an Archon, just not the real... It's a weird situation, alright?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
I wonder if it did harm her, though.
That should be enough.
Oh, at least we've got a doctor on
Please announce
standby.
the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
Okay.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh, that'll do it. So no matter what she did, it was a bait.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina,
interesting.
you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
It was a trap.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
That's adorable though, just seeing Siegewin kicking her legs.
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
So, if it was the case that she actually expected to disappear, she was basically trying to end herself, right? Jesus.
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
So she was using that as like a way out? That is highly depressing if that's the case.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
Could have.
I can't believe you...
But what's really going on here? Furina can't have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. There's a lot of theorizing to go on. This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. Possible. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Oh, she's starting to break though.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
I mean, okay, she does actually have a point here. Unless we have like another Archon that's currently present.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Yeah, and they're not buying it.
Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I do believe her. like she is, but technically she isn't because of the curse. I'm on your side, Furina, for a little bit of it. Not giving her any attention. Oh.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
Unless she reveals the truth.
All the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Here we go. Can reveal it. Nope. What's happened?
Anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
Oh, can we give her a hug at least? She's about to break. Oh. Oh, okay.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is...
I don't like this. I feel so bad for her, man.
guilty.
Ugh. That was kind of terrifying, though. She's accepted it. Oh, wait, this is the pose we saw in the
We shall now turn to
teaser,
the
right?
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Oh no, that was in the trailer, I think. Oh no, this is where the Oratrice is gonna declare the death sentence. Unless, again, this is all just part of her plan. Who knows?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
guilty.
Oh. Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Furina to be innocent? I think it's much worse than that.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
But the death sentence...
Isn't that correct then?
Mm-hmm.
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty.
There you go. That confirms she is the Archon.
To be punished via the death sentence.
Ooh.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
But it also did confirm that she is the Hydro Archon.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
That's... things happen, man.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Oh yeah, he's finally starting to doubt the Oratrice. Yeah, because this is the first time Neuvillette has actually expressed his, like, disagreement with the Oratrice out loud.
Yeah! Even Focalors wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know,
True.
the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Yeah, but what's more strange is, instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
The mystery. Interesting. Oh, cutscene?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Wow, Femine actually talking in front of everyone? Count me surprised.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
So what was he up to?
Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Bez? With some help from the other Fatui, Femine brings a...
Is
oh.
that the first prophecy slate?
Ho ho ho! So this is the sin. So what is she doing? So we've got the people of Fontaine. We've got Ageria, or however you pronounce her name, opening some sort of portal for a person, a guy. And then we've got a bunch of Oceanids here. Huh.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
But yeah, I am surprised that they were able to find it because I thought it was destroyed.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
You know what, Femine? MVP, man. I respect it. Well done, man.
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no.
You're fine, mate.
Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Oh yeah, because he can read it, can't he?
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Okay. Interesting, though. I wonder who it is.
So what do you see? What is it?
It's the person that's coming through the middle is the most important part of that. This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings. Ah.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
So that's the sin. Yeah, because I thought it was a portal and someone was coming out of it.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
But why is that a sin, though?
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
The first one.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Alright. Give us the books. Alright, let's see it. The real events related to the prophecies on the prophecy slates.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Yeah, because the Primordial Sea used to have the abilities to engender and nurture life, but now it's like reversing things back to their original state. That's why people are dissolving and then turning back into oceanids. Interesting, okay.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Yeah, because screw Celestia.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
I don't think so, because the people's sin is to be turned back into what they originally was, and then the Hydro Archon seems like her sin is the curse, right? Like she loses her powers, maybe?
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
Mm-hmm.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
What, with Navia? Or with Vitran? Or am I forgetting something?
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
I did.
But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Let's piece things together then. Let's do the third one because I'm pretty sure I know this answer. It's with Navia.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
That was such an interesting concept, though. The fact that you only dissolve once you've been proven guilty. The judgment will be Furina, right?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Bingo. Oh, the first one will be Neuvillette using his power to push back the primordial sea. Nope. Never mind. Then, was it Vitran then, for the young girl's case?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Yep, because they're reverting back to their original state. Yeah, it's proof of their origin. Would this be Childe's verdict?
That doesn't sound...
No. Then it's Neuvillette. The entrance to the primordial sea that was pushed back by Neuvillette's power.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve.
That is correct.
It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
100%. And that's the true meaning behind the slates.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Yep, their original origin.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Yeah, but what was the sin, though? Because if the sin was because she turned oceanids into humans, why is that the case?
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption
Which
of
is the most interesting
sea at
part.
the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
But Neuvillette was able to delay it.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of theories, but I just cannot piece them together, so I'll let the game do it for me. Verification completed. Can you read the memories?
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Yes, but also I think it would be beneficial if Neuvillette reads the memories of the stone slate. that he did before.
Let's hear them.
Yeah, the first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
We're not real humans.
The Oceanids.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis.
Oh, and maybe the sin is that only Celestia can create humans. Because we know that the first Descender was the one that created humans, if I recall correctly. So maybe it was a thing of, like, questioning their power. And maybe it was like a fear of that god gaining too much power from the people that she created. Huh.
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater.
Mm-hmm.
And how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
That is
And
correct.
according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
But yeah, this whole part of, like, you're put on trial, like, before you get dissolved, super interesting.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of the Fontainians from Oceanids. Yep, we confirmed it.
And it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratries judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
And Celestia looked a lot less decorated back then. Not a lot was built on it. Unless this is just like a simplified photo of it, but...
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
But the thing we should be questioning is, why does that annoy Celestia?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Yeah, but only the people, not actually the Archon's sin.
Did Paimon get all that right?
Mm-hmm.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Is it possible for you to read the memories of the stone slate?
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Oh.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates.
There we go.
But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
This is where the big lot of bombs are gonna drop.
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Alright, let's see it. Come on, give us some big lore bombs about Celestia. Please.
Well? Did you get it?
Alright,
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well.
Ooh.
I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Okay. Hopefully it's something important, and it's not just like a flop.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Good to know.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
But it's weird though, so if they went by the Archon's like way of doing it, they'll get turned into actual humans. Because we know that Oceanids can already turn into humans, but they have the blue hair and the blue glowy eyes. And they only can like stay in that form for like a limited amount of time before, they revert back.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, The Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Oh, so what power did she use then?
Not one to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
Ah, so that's probably why the will was sealed, as that's probably the owner of the primordial sea. So then it got angry, which caused the primordial sea to kind of revert its effect. So instead of engendering and nurturing life, it went back to reverting everything and, you know, taking back life.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
So there is a way to bring them back, just fill them up with primordial sea again.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Yep, and that annoyed them.
The Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
Hey.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
So that means the Oceanids basically gave birth to baby Oceanids.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Oh yeah, let's pretend that we didn't hear anything. Let's not acknowledge the problems.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian.
Yeah.
But it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
But it also explains why Fontainians are really good swimmers. So they are in the right order. What is the 3rd slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Right.
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
So like what I said, the 3rd one is what's currently happening right now.
You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate.
Terrifying, by the way.
Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is...
Trial and justice?
That the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
So we're the ones forwarding the prophecy then? It can't be.
Yes. It refers to our present situation.
That's why Furina is depressed, because this is what she didn't want to happen.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know, it feels like there's no way out of this.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Yep, I think we're gonna see that happen.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Oh, go for it.
About the 4th slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
I mean, yeah, we already know that there's already primordial seawater everywhere that's not been sealed. There's probably other places in Fontaine where there's just primordial seawater just chilling.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? What am I forgetting? The ultimate proof. Just what is the true source of
This eruption was just a small
Yeah.
warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Verify the truth. It'll be the whale then, right?
It
Bingo
was both
bongo.
dream and reality.
Mm-hmm.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Yeah, the big fat whale.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
So it seems like the whale has full control of the primordial sea, and it is mad. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. I don't like that. That's a bad sign. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, we shouldn't have done that, because I think that just confirmed the last part of the prophecy. Oh. Oh, here he comes. But also, where's my boy Tartaglia? Oh. Alright, Neuvillette's gonna be popping off. Hydra against Hydra. Oh, damn. Overwhelmed. Oh, wait, where's Furina? Okay, it's going after the people. I don't care about them. My boy Tartaglia, let's go! Oh, so has he been fighting this whale this entire time? Damn! My boy's doing bits! I mean, he's actually doing damage. Ooh! Damn, okay. The team up I didn't expect to happen. Oh, he is taking damage though. He's finally free. You good, mate? Oh, okay, he's going back in for more. What a Chad.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right. I wagered that it's also the one that Childe saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
Yeah, to fulfill the last part of the prophecy.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Interesting. Okay. So the whale is also a descender then, right? If that is the case. Because the descender doesn't actually have to be human or have to take a human form. Because if Skirk is also a descender and is related to the whale, it would make sense. Or if she is the whale.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Ah.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
Tevat itself.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Ah, so he's trying to dissolve them to get all of the power.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh, so that also explains why it was targeting them.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
But yeah, this is like a massive abyss portal though.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
Not if we go in and batter it.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Yeah, Tartaglia was doing bits though. Because he was highly damaged as well, so he must have been fighting the whale for a very long time.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yep.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
So it might be the case that Childe's power it is actual primordial sea or some sort of like primordial power. Huh.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Easy said than done.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Ah, well that's not good.
Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That is very interesting. Unless we have Skirk to help as well, I guess.
That's not something I will accept.
Hell yeah, Navia.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Yeah, we'll just turn it into a weekly boss. Don't worry about it.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
Hell yeah.
So
a whole group battle.
will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Unless you have the power of a descender. Oh. Where are we going?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate, we just need to play our part, right?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
The Abyss?
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Let's jump in the hole, baby! Oh, okay. Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Come on, think, Traveler. Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magical box? What is her real secret? Yo, Furina, man. Oh, another cutscene. Oh, the oratories. Oh, it's gonna try and
What's happening with the oratories?
Oh, it's gonna try execute her.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No, Furina! Oh, she's just accepted it.
Furina!
Oh no. Come on, you can change it.
I still need answers.
Come on. Let's get it. Get it. Unless she's got some sort of plan in play. Oh. Wait, this is the same with... Did we enter a different space? Whoa. She has a different outfit as well. I don't like that. The guillotine above her head, though. Ugh. That is a very interesting outfit, though. Damn!
You.
The original Furina.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
That is such a cool design, though.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalors. You know, the god.
So this was all part of her plan to deceive fate. Her plan worked. I don't even think Furina herself knew.
Focalors, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving.
Celestia.
The heavenly principles.
Bingo.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
Oh, now we're getting into it.
Because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor.
Oh, okay.
That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it?
So she created a new personality to act as a celebrity, but I feel like she also cursed her to not have all the information necessary, so she would play the part.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
Love this outfit though. So is this Furina gonna sacrifice herself? Because she has the guillotine like right above her head.
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
Sacrificing yourself?
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
I mean, she still like retains like a bit of her brightness, but she actually has the smarts to back it up. But I'm pretty sure that proves one of my predictions, that Furina put her other personality into the Oratrice, her original personality.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
But the one that you're handling pretty well, to be honest.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Hey, she is an Oceanid. Well, that also confirms that.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
So again, she is a human.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
See, I don't like this though. I don't like this thing just chilling above her head. Because I feel like she's gonna sacrifice herself to fulfill the sin.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit. Leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
So that explains that.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina.
So pretty much what I think is going to happen is Focalors here is going to sacrifice herself. If the divinity part of her is cut off and separated, that will disconnect her from Celestia, which is what all the other Archons have done besides Nahida. Nahida hasn't cut off her connection to Celestia yet, you know, because she still needs to operate Irminsul. So this is her way of approaching it.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Yeah.
But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Aw. Because the reason why people predicted that Furina was an Oceanid was due to her hair, like this part here. So maybe once the divinity part is cut off, like this part of her hair will be cut, which is why we see her have short hair in the trailer, therefore cementing her as like a proper human.
Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
What was the curse, though?
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy.
I mean, she played a very good actor.
Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalors' divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
I see.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
There we go. The hints were there from the very beginning.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
There we go. He's finally starting to show a bit of emotion. I mean, we've already known that from, like, how many times we've seen her crying. And then the whole fountain situation.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Yeah, that's fair. But going back a little bit, we did get hit by a teardrop from Furina, and then we were sent into a space. So I don't know if the Traveler is also seeing this, or if we've gone into like a separate space.
It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
I don't like it going dark. Oh, going into a cutscene? Nope. We're awake. I came into contact with Furina's tears, but if I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like what I did with the Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Yep. I mean, it was same with A, right? Like, she constantly brought her to her inner world. So does that mean all Archons have an inner world? Furina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to get what I wanted to know. Okay, so we didn't, like, see what Neuvillette has seen. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Furina, may you come home with a wish. Damn it. Charlotte, thank you. Right, this is 50-50. Let's get it. Furina, please, you're right in front of me. You're on your throne. Let's see it. No, Jean! Damn you! Come on. 2 5 stars, please? No. Nah, that's it. Damn you, Jean. Alright, we'll do one more. Now, she didn't come home. What's up?
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Yo, come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't
There
look
is
at
no
me.
need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
What was that though? Don't look at me, don't look at me. Oh, that's weird. But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Just let the stage lights go off, please. If only for a second. So that's her true feelings. She just wants it to end.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
That way I can become myself again. Huh. Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Turn off the lights, maybe? Oh yeah, literally turn off the lights. Right.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
A cry without echoes. Shackles.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards!
A silence without end.
Where are the guards? Guards!
I'm beating them up, Furina. Don't mind me. And for the final one, off you go. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A trinket? When did that end up here? A ticket to the opera? Oh, alright, the seats opened up. Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Furina. To the mirror we go, I guess. Okay.
Furina. Furina.
Oh, her original self?
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Your divinity.
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
She's also taller.
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Is the eye opposite to each other as well?
Mirror me.
Oh no.
What do you wish to say?
It is her other eye.
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow.
So this was the day she was told about it. So we're gonna be seeing her live then.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Yep.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
But it is cool seeing like an actual Archon outfit in-game. Because we know all of them have one, but we've only seen it in like cutscenes or, you know, trailers.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But the question is, how much did the Divinity version, like the original, actually tell her? Because I feel like she only told her up to like the prophecy being fulfilled, just so that she would play the part perfectly.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
She has to play the part.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer?
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world.
I mean, it's a depressing way to look at it.
If there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Oh yeah, and she also has short hair here, I just realized.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Indeed it would.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
So even Furina herself thought she wasn't the true Hydro Archon then.
Play as a god?
Huh.
That's right. You
Interesting.
must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity.
And that also explains why she got so panicked when everyone started doubting her, and why she was like, you need to believe me. Because she thought that was the only way to save everyone if she could play off playing as a god.
If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
Which is what happened. But I feel like she's not telling the truth here. I feel like she lied about this part, so she could also trick her.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Yeah, just being a full-blown celebrity, apparently.
Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
Yeah, because she's already fulfilling the role of divinity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try.
God.
I'll try to do this.
Furina is so... Well, first of all, is just such a unique character that's being written. Holy.
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
500 years.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
So that means Furina's gonna start aging then, how a normal human would be after this is over.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Would you though? Then on to Act 2, well, Scene 2, Ascension Speech, Furina. So this is when she became an actual Archon in front of her people.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people.
Gotta say, she's put on quite the act though.
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Ah, so this is where she got her, like, personality. Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all.
That ain't gonna work.
As the god Focalors, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
I mean, I guess it could work. But this is the same type of people that want, like, a performance. Because this is the type of, like, god I would want, but it doesn't seem like this is what they're looking for. Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all.
Yep.
This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
Let's see if it is the case,
That's
though.
the new Hydro Archon.
Yep.
Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Yeah, well, I knew that was going to be the case, judging how these people normally act.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
God, I hate these people so much.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake?
Because they're weirdos, man.
This is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
And this is where she develops the personality that we see today. Alright, a quick editor's note. This part of my footage was corrupted, but I was able to get it back. However, the consequences is that the quality kind of dulled a little bit, so apologies. It's obvious these people only want one thing, and it's drama. They want an Archon that's similar to them.
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Give us that personality. There it is.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them?
I mean, you gotta give it to her. She's a pretty good actor.
Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house.
You know what? She rolled with that pretty well.
You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
Sure, Furina, sure thing.
Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Spelling all the doubts.
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Speak up a little bit. You're very quiet.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Your future may yet be bright after all.
And all the doubts were dispelled.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice.
I mean, she is just like a regular human who's been doing this for 500 years. Putting on an act for that long? Come on, you gotta praise her.
We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Yeah, this is what they want. Turn up the drama.
The scales
of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause.
I wonder what would happen if you do choose the other options, though.
May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Yeah, and then let's just end the speech empathetically. Oh, probably butchered that.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
Hey, from day one, she sold it.
So long as I, the Archon Focalors, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Fair play to you. 10 out of 10 performance. Unless we were meant to pick the other options to make her, like, break and reveal herself. Maybe not. Though it would be interesting to see what that would do. Scene 3, Opera House, Furina. Or is this when she's researching the prophecy?
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette.
Yeah, dump the work on other people.
Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
Drama.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
Because it's same with Zhongli then, innit? Because he did a contract to end all contracts. And now she's doing a trial to end all things.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
Yeah.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
So pretty much Furina was lying to everyone, and her divinity self was lying to her, so she would fulfill that role properly. Huh. How fascinating, Lady Furina. How fascinating.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not?
It is weird seeing everyone just invisible, and just her acting on her own.
Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm.
Yeah, very charming.
Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
Deoteria.
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
I wonder if this is of any importance.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
I think this is also just showing that she does care about her people, kind of reinforcing that.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
So I feel like this is going to be showing her doing her...
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
So I think what this is all going to be showing is, like, these 3 sections here, it's going to be showing her acting as a god, and then the last section is going to be her bed, where that's where her true self will come out, and she'll just, like, start crying.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
No matter what, you gotta keep up the act.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Oh yeah, before it blew up.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
I mean, Risley's still got a ship that he can use.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Yeah, I mean, technically, no matter what, there's no way of a human to, like, change the prophecy. It needs to be done by a god or someone similar to that status, like a descender. And this is where we're gonna see the true personality, I'm guessing.
The day is finally over.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time.
That was a day's worth?
It's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
Oh.
Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Man, you have to do that every day for 500 years. It was 500 years, right?
Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I think it was 500 years though, right? How long she's been around. So that means she's as old as Nahida. Ah, scene 4, Opera House Furina. How many scenes are we going to be getting?
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Getting too tired of it.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Yeah, it's become a daily routine.
My dear, loyal citizen, this joyous moment is an honor for us both.
But yeah, we're just seeing how better she's got at it. Or just how fed up she is that she's starting to, like, skip corners.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Oh, this is the present. Okay.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Oh, so she knew what was going to happen at Poisson.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
Feel bad for her, man.
I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Man. And then the next day continues. Scene 5, Opera House Furina. And this is +1. Just... Okay, so... Fast forwarding just time in general. Jeez, yep, 500 years.
Lady Furina,
damn.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
Is that what everyone says? I would think by I'll just be like, yo, bro, shut up, please.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Damn. Surprised that was passed down.
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
Oof.
It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Oh, you can tell she's breaking. She's on the verge of tears.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
Nah, she's crying.
What is it, good citizen?
Aw.
Are you crying?
I mean, there's a limit, you know?
Really now? I didn't even notice.
Bro, can we just give, like, everyone in Fontaine a hug? At this point, it's necessary.
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
That's what I mean. You can't even cry without having the fear of someone's gonna suspect you of not being the real Archon.
No wonder. No wonder.
The eye twitch.
Your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Oh my god, dude. This is just heartbreaking as well. Yeah. Even she's reached her limit now.
So interminable.
That's what we heard in the fountain.
So lonely. Just how much longer?
Yep, so if you don't know, this is the voice line you hear after you completed like Act 1 and 2, if I recall correctly. You hear that voice line in the fountain.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
Yeah, so we're slowly getting to the present time now.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Her voice actor, by the way, is doing a splendid job.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Man, it's just depressing seeing how broken she's getting, though.
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
And that's why she was so close to telling us when we were in the box. Come on, man.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy.
Again, the reason her divinity self didn't tell her the way to stop it is just so she's able to fulfill the role correctly. And that's why she also wants to apologize to her, since 500 years of suffering for a normal human is awful, to say the least.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Alright, let's give her a hug, please. Scene 182,376. Ah, that's when she was here.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Okay, so they can hear our voice. We can't hear it. I see, game. That's my voice. In this scene, from when we were within the giant magical box. This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone.
Yep.
Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A descender of the world.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Neuvillette from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
I think we are just gonna see her just break down.
And if Neuvillette is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Correct. Zhongli calls us a witness, Furina calls us a spectator.
If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her.
Come on. Tell us, please. Let us know your true feelings.
But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish.
Come on, you've done it for 500 years. You can let go a little bit.
But what if it's really alright?
The rules don't apply to us.
Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
I mean, I don't think it's selfish. I think she has the right to.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
Hey, go at it, Chief.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again.
So this is what she was thinking when she wasn't talking. And then the moment she's about to reveal it, she gets revealed in front of everyone.
Think about it. Long and hard.
You gonna do it? Go on. Please?
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better.
Right. Sure thing, Furina.
All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Alright, can we give her a hug here? Like, maybe that'll make her break. Please, just a hug. She needs it.
Fine.
Oh. No, missed opportunity. I mean, at the same time, I
So
don't...
even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
That was the only way. I didn't comment on it before, but I love this environment. How long has this been going on for? I've already been recording for 7 hours. Jesus. I mean, that's the price you have to pay for even, like, tricking fate.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
You know what? I respect it. At this point, I don't think anyone can hate Furina. I mean, you can hate her, like, bratty attitude, but, man, as a character, she's so goated.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Yeah, true.
Good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue.
Again, she still needs to be sacrificed though, right? Which, you know, there's still a guillotine hanging above her head.
I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
Yep.
It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Yep, that's what we all theorized.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
That's not all the answers. Go keep revealing.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Yep. Sacrifice herself. Man.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Yeah, it will cut off the ties to Celestia. So that's her way of doing it.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered?
That's
My
fair.
work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice.
So much as it poisoned Lenny, if I recall correctly.
But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
So the rest of it is used to eliminate the god of justice, to have it be on power of a god.
The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Man.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
You know what? Furina's actually pretty smart. I don't know who's smarter, like Nahida or Furina. Like before this, I would have put Nahida above her and then Furina second. I don't know, like now? I mean, I would say in terms of knowledge, it would still be Nahida, but in terms of like smarts, I think I would have to give it to Furina.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice.
That's how much power you need to actually eliminate a god, though. Oof.
But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Separating her from Celestia. Well played.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalors, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh, so my man is getting his original power back. Oh, okay. I do have on my prediction list that he's getting it back temporarily, but it would be cool if he obtains it permanently. Because if you don't know, Neuvillette has a level 90 voice line that talks about him regaining his power back. So that confirms that voice line, which would also count as a spoiler, which I don't know why they didn't lock it, but it is what it is.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Oh, but Celestia is not gonna like that.
But...
Interesting, though.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
Oh, it is cute that he cares, though.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Worked pretty well. Oh, man. No, my guy.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Directly in the feels, man.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
Yep, hypocrites. The only one that can judge the heavenly principles is Neuvillette himself.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Yep.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
She makes valid points, man. I'm just calling Celestia out for being hypocrites.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice.
Let's get it. God, I love her Archon outfit so much.
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, Justice is the continuation of that existence.
But it's the fact that we're no longer going to see this version. Unless Furina gains some of her memories and gains a bit of her personality.
Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
Both Focalors and Furina are absolute goats. MVPs, man.
Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
Not guilty.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
Man, Fontaine has been such a blast. It's been so good.
In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel.
I mean, we've seen him already express so many, like, human emotions.
You are a devious one, Focalors.
Yep.
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Oh. Oh no, here we go.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
Come on, at least give her a hug. Just one hug.
Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
No, come on, dude. One final dance. You know what? What an well-written character, dude. No, come on, dude. No. Oh, and that's why he looks so defeated. All the memories. It's so depressing. Oh, wait, no, he's regaining his original power. Come on, dude. Oh, but then she's also gonna gain everything. Thank you, Furina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wish we could. Ah, there we go. Yeah! Oh no, my boy.
I, Iudex Neuvillette,
Come on, Celestia.
hereby declare,
Fontaine not
people
guilty.
of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Let's get it. Woo! That's a heavy paw, though. What's he gonna do with the power, though, from now on? Was that just a dream? Have we all just been standing here? Both Furina, Focalors, and Neuvillette, man. Just props. That's all I can say, man. Holy.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Oh, yeah, it did.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
But man, the fact that we've been going on this long and we still have to do the whale boss fight? Jesus.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Yep.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Can be defeated now.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature.
Which will also revert it back to its original state, which then will bring back everyone that's been dissolved. So Melus and Silver, they're good.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now? Wow, so even us dashing towards Furina didn't happen. Huh.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
I shall fulfill that role.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
Oh.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Let's get it, Neuvillette. I'm ready to take on the whale. Woo! There he is. Where's my boy Tartaglia, though? Alright, round one, bitch.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
Nah, we're fine.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordials from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within.
Oh, get inside of its mouth?
We shall share a part of the ancient dragon power. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Well, that's too bad.
Illusion shattered.
So we just have to annoy it, pretty much. That's our goal.
Here you are. The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Easy enough, lad. Oh, he was so close. Oh, that's enough. Yep, eat me, mate. Come at it. We're fine. In we go. Oh. Damn.
Thingy over there. It looks scary.
Oh, the music though.
Flicker.
Okay. Let me listen to this music a little bit.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
These are new. Oh, man. Okay, this is definitely going to be the best boss music in the game so far.
Illusion shattered.
But I'm not even focusing on what I'm doing.
The process of elimination. This is order.
Shine down.
Oh, there we go. Oh, alright, back out we go. Hey, let's go, Chief. What a Chad. Yeah, come on, turn it back into a baby. Or turn it into a skirt, maybe. Ooh. Is it turning into Skirk? Oh, never mind, there she is. Oh, that's bad. No, exactly. Oh, wait, she gave it to him?
What?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup.
It should have been my job, but oh well.
So what, Childe's gonna absorb the whale? Or narwhal? Okay, that's something to process. Hello, Skirk.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Your master's pet? Okay. Quite a bit to decipher here. Your master's pet is a narwhal that devours and travels stars. Who is your master?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
I love the character design as well. Well, that prediction is right. Skirk is connected to the whale. Yeah, your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Yes.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Childe's master. Skirk, right?
Bingo.
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
Yeah.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Abyssal power.
So you may speak to me as equals.
Yeah, so what sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal.
Okay, but I'm asking, who is your master? Because that is the most interesting part here.
That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Yeah, I would assume so. Bro, just get a dog.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Who is your master?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
If not nearly the entire world?
So what sort of person is your master?
Such cool legs.
Childe's master's master.
Yeah.
Wait, is that right?
Who is Skirk's master? There you go. That's a much easier way of putting it, Paimon.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Our brother? I don't know, man.
His name is Sertologi.
Okay, never mind. Not our brother. Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Please tell us more.
So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Foul?
I've heard of the Foul Legacy.
The Foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Probably somewhere in the law that has been mentioned, but it doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Wait, what? What a psycho!
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
What is up with her? Because first she creates Albedo, who is like, what? Destined to destroy the world? Then she takes on a all-devouring narwhal as a pet. What is wrong with her? Wait, she said it was a him, right? But Paimon just said Albedo's mum. Okay, now I'm confused.
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter.
Oh, okay, never mind.
They're both pursuing some form of perfection.
Okay, misunderstood that. That's cleared up now.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
No, please tell us.
The all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Skill issue?
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Unless we use the Hydronosis?
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Ah. What? No, there's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalors has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
That she has indeed. So what's gonna happen then?
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh, so everyone's already disappeared. Okay.
Only then
but then
the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, but now that the will's been separated, the primordial water will revert back to normal, right? Oh, damn. There we go. I can't swim, help!
Hey! Help! Over here!
Yeah, we're gonna see Risley's ship because that man has a gigantic ship ready to use. Damn, that is sick though. Oh, there it is. Man, that is a badass ship.
All
There
hands
he is.
initiate emergency rescue.
That's so sick, dude.
Hurry!
So what happened to the rest of the... Yeah, so what happened to the rest of the world then? Because this is flooded. And Furina as well, he played a massive part. Like, getting the first stone slate. That is terrifying, though, being spawned underwater.
Look! The water's receding!
Everything's reverting back to normal. Well played, though, guys. Well played.
It's a miracle! The water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Kind of right, but, you know, fair enough. Oh, she's gonna be happy at least.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy
God.
was wrong.
Yep. You're finally free. Oh, this place is gonna need some repairs, though. God damn. Oh.
The soul renewed. The Furina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Furina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
So that also means Melus and Silver returned, right? I want a happy ending for Navia, alright? She's lost too much already.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
Okay.
Lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Stumbled over my own words there. But man, that ship looks so cool. I'm glad we got to see it in use.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Juria turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem.
Yep.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Besides just geniuses.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. I those really Courier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
To be honest, they might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
You know what? I respect it. That's a good way to put the news to, like, actual good work.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
That's how you make the money.
Edward's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Nah, I would read it. The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Byron's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
I mean, seeing it from a different point of view is also nice.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're
Alright.
the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
I mean, fair play. Might as well get that exclusive interview.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Not if we're with her.
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and
Poisson?
then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Alright, let's get it. For a better tomorrow. Oh wait, what is that we got? Yep, a new 5-star item to add to the inventory. A drop of water obtained from within a colossal beast who coveted the primordial seal of life. We've still got Childe's vision as well. He's probably not getting that back. So what, has Childe just like disappeared again then? Man was just thrown into the abyss. Alright, Furina, please, come home. Damn it. Alright. Hopefully we don't go fully to max pity. But I feel like that might be the case. Send it. Nope. God damn it, Furina. Ah, the knave. Oh no, never mind, it's just for 2E agents.
Navia!
What's up?
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Interview.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
What's up, guys?
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
See, is the knave gonna be cooking up anything? Who knows?
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Oh, so Melus and Silver are still gone then? No.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Sure.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Easy way to put it, I guess.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
Hello, Clorand.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
And another thing I'm just gonna say as well, one thing I'm glad that happened is all characters kind of played a role in the Archon quest. Whether it be a small role or a big role. That is something I appreciate.
Huh? You're here too, Clorand?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Yeah, we know that. But I would assume that Clorand's reputation is probably at like a high anyway, because she is the champion.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Yeah, what was you feeling?
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
That is interesting, though. What was the person who faced down a god feeling? I'm pretty sure everyone would like to know about that.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Oh.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Hey, let's just get a group photo, innit?
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Let's get it. Yo, cheese. That's adorable.
Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
I was too busy looking at Navia, so I have no idea.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Go at it. Charlotte takes more pictures of Paswan to the clicking shoulders.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Fair enough. Well done, Charlotte.
You're very quick.
And she loves what she does.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key.
Mm-hmm.
Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections.
Yeah.
Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
I mean, she ain't wrong.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Ah, so she did get it. You already knew that she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sigewinne, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
I'm pretty sure, no, I'm pretty sure Risley just told her.
That's a very complete information chain.
Her and Risley are tight.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
Ah, like, just open the fortress to, like, everyone. Right, this is the end to the corrupt footage, so the quality will go back to how it was before. Once again, I apologize.
I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Risley will make a personal appearance.
Fair enough.
Right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Yeah, go at it, Chief.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Oh, gossip.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
Sounds like him.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
Yeah.
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
I love how this guy's just standing here.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Buzzing.
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
I just love this guy's head just turning back and forth.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Oh.
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
My man. Your chocolate digestives. Sign me in.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Buzz in.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
Oh yeah, from Sigewinne.
I did. It was a gift from Sigewinne.
Cute.
Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
That's just awesome.
Wow. Guess we're here again, huh?
Yep.
There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
That music kicking in, like always.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Hello, Risley. My man.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
What's up?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
That's fair.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
So, I'm guessing just showing her around the fortress. Oh, these two? Yeah.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
Hey, by the way, did you hear about these two are together? There you go. That'll start some gossip.
Monsieur Charlotte. Do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Yes.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
I wonder why.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
Oh.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Go on.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on.
You know what? Fair play.
The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
She definitely knows how to bring people up.
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Start away.
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Hey, we can take a photo of it for you.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Nice. She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth. Yeah, you gotta respect the grind.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid.
Oof.
Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Yeah, couple? Okay.
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things
Fine,
sure
mate.
are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
Well, these two are vibing though.
Seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Nope.
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
Yeah, try and dodge it. Sure.
Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile?
So cute, dude.
Things been at the fortress.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
I don't think you can see. Oh no, you can't see it because of my webcam. Wait, hold on a minute. She was emoting in the background, but I don't know if she's gonna do it anymore. Bring myself up to here just in case.
Other than that flying ship,
Nope.
it got a tad too much attention, I think.
Oh yeah, no shit. Oh, I wonder why.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
Yeah,
we
I
should
don't think...
direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
The man has his own roles that he wants.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You worked with Risley for a while and shared news from above ground.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Oh yeah, Tartaglia.
You did win them over, huh?
Hey, look, I don't think Tartaglia's coming back, man. That man was thrown into the abyss.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties.
It is what it is,
As to what
man.
Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
I mean, she gets to live her life now, so I'm happy for her.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Buzzin'.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
Hopefully we get to talk to Furina.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
No getting rid of her.
All right. Last stop, the docks.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really
He'll say
necessary?
it will.
Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
Come on.
Precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
I think you could take some good photos of Risley.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvina's shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
That is true as well. Smart individuals. Hey, it's the siblings.
They really are here! How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Oh yeah, the thing they gave to us in like the first act, right?
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte too.
Hello, you three.
Would you like a magic pocket?
Ah, we already have one. We're good.
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Fair enough.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
I'm on. Yeah.
You
We
could
do a
just
lot
make
of
a
that.
friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
Yeah, just be the friend that people don't work onto.
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sign me out.
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
Okay, the fact that he was able to talk in front of everyone, like in the cart, that was pretty impressive.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Wow. Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
I mean,
that said,
that's probably for the best.
Would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
You might want to up the difficulty.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Oh, that'll be cute though.
My, that
siblings
Charlotte is
photo?
rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you.
Oh, damn, alright.
So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
All good though. It is what it is.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
I do want to talk to the Knave, and I do want to talk to Furina and Neuvillette. There's a lot of people I want to talk to here.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well,
Let us in on the scoop.
after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Oh, there you go. Yep, the prediction was right. Neuvillette would temporarily gain his full power back. Nailed it. Knew it.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yeah.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that, like, anyone that knows about Celestia, like, and all of that, knows that the Gnosis, the Gnosis aren't really a thing that you want. And plus, Celestia would hate Neuvillette for having his full power. That would be really bad.
It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Childe, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
Or it just might be he's not ready to deal with Celestia at the minute.
Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
Nope.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
I mean, after he learned all of that, I'm not surprised.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
Yep.
I suspect you'll have
And
to
does.
ask him about that yourself. Ah, Yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Well, back we go.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that.
I mean...
Back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Childe?
Man's chilling in the abyss.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to
never
recover
mind.
from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
I mean, the last time we saw him, he was chucked into the abyss, so... I guess he was just returned to reality. Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
Yep.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Oh? The knave? There she is.
Father!
Hello.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
So, is she gonna be playable then? Like, if she doesn't do anything evil at the end of this act or the next one, I'm gonna assume she's gonna be playable.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
She's still got a use for it though, right? If I remember correctly.
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever?
I mean, even Childe said she's willing to betray the Tsaritsa if it fulfills her ideals.
As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this. Childe's vision.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it.
Hopefully.
Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Can't fully trust her with it, to be honest, but, you know, it is what it is.
And that's a wrap for me.
Oh.
Huh? You're...
The knave.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
There you go. Furminae's also getting the spotlight now.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Oh.
I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Whatever you're planning to do with the Gnosis.
She has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Hopefully we do
Don't
get
be
to talk
too
with
nervous.
the two of them.
Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
I swear we already had one.
Move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now.
All comes back around.
So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets.
And here I thought that the pockets were going to serve as like a way to steal the Gnosis at first.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
All right, see you later, you three.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neuvillette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
We'll be fine.
The entrance to the fortress. Ooh,
There he is.
there.
Monsieur. Here we come. Slowly but surely.
You really are here, Neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of day.
I don't think anyone's going to be committing crime after what had just happened anyway. There's probably going to be a bit of downtime.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Yeah. Drop the tea.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It's quite a bit of a story behind that.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Neuvillette sighs softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Focalors deceived the heavenly principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Furina.
That's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Focalors destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign!
Temporarily, though.
But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
He declared them not guilty.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. So Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Celestia isn't gonna like that whatsoever.
Focalors must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
So you could say in that moment that the Fontainians were truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalors finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
That is also true, yeah.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Imagine if we used like elemental vision and we were able to see that blue glow on like everyone, even like Fontainian characters, even if they were like a different element. That would have been such a cool feature.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, here we go. About the additional verdict that was passed on to Childe.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability.
Yep.
As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
I actually don't know. It might be like a bit of both. And the second one does seem highly possible, though.
Guess Focalors had Fontainians in mind the whole time.
Yeah.
In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question.
Go for it.
Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
That's a question I asked.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Oh yeah, I think we did see that, right? In like a cutscene.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
So no matter how much you went at it, if you didn't pray at the fountain, you were pretty much screwed. You wasn't gonna get pregnant. Fair play, innit?
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Yeah?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
She's gone to go live a life.
Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House.
Dump all responsibilities and leave. She deserves it, though.
I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine, to be honest.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
Hopefully.
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel.
Fair play.
In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
Yeah, 500 years of, like, putting on an act and just being slowly destroyed.
But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you, then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function.
Wait, I thought he doesn't have his full powers anymore because he gave away the Gnosis.
This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Which, again, people are willing to accept that because, you know, he's only made one wrong verdict. With that track record, people are gonna believe him.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
Yep.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me.
So he still has his full powers then?
As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
Fair play to you, lad.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
So Fontaine's gonna have to find a different power source.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it?
Correct.
Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
Leftovers?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow.
Fair enough, so he's still upholding everything.
Dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Yeah, my man's keeping Fontaine afloat.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, so Fontaine's Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
See, okay, so I was misunderstood, right? I thought the Gnosis's power was the dragon's power. So is it the death of the Archon that gives the dragon their power back, then, if that is the case? Okay.
If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Fair play.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Childe.
I have no enemies.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
That's right.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Spill the beans, man.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Interesting.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Oh,
Unlike
bishops?
ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you.
Spill it, man.
The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Ah, so we're gonna be seeing the captain in Natland. Fascinating.
Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
Hey, the captain is kind of cool though, right?
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Don't worry, we're gonna have to wait a very long time for Natlan.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis.
Go on.
When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
Yeah, tell us.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
I still think the reason is he didn't want to like deal with Celestia and the Fatui. Might as well get out.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh, this is going to be an important information then. Didn't expect to get more Skirk.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Neuvillette?
Alright.
What next?
Oh.
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference.
Is this where the big law drop is gonna happen, please?
I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
It's the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with a curse also mixed in it. Huh.
I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
Jog your memory.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The remains? Wait, hold on a minute, what?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Hold on, what?
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Okay, what? Wait, the Hydronosis is a remain of the third descender?
Well, that much is true. After Focalors' divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
Interesting. What does that mean? So what, is there 7 descenders then?
It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
Well, yeah, was we ever told how many descenders there were? I feel like we were.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
That's fair.
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Yeah, from what we know, having a gnosis on you is not a good thing. That's pretty much why all the Archons have just thrown it away.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my...
Tell us.
Personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
So she does live in the abyss then.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Go on.
Master never mentioned them to me.
Damn it.
Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
It's important for us to know.
If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
No.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
No, probably.
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Oh, so the next time we run into Childe, he's gonna tell us. We gotta wait for that law drop. No. Don't tell me we have to wait until Shnezhnaya, though. Oh, I would hate that.
That's
Hopefully we
what
don't.
she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
That's some pretty big information. So the Hydronosis is the remains of the third descender. Unless I'm understanding that wrong.
The remains of The third descender?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Ugh, that's weird though, isn't it?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
It also explains why all the other Archons just gave it away. Because they're like, yep, I'd rather not deal with that.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Makes sense. A descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. One, that the Gnosis are related to descenders. And two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
Yep, I'm beyond the skies.
That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Do you want to have a look?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
And we can use all elements.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy.
We're theorizing, Paimon. Don't cut this off.
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck.
Death flags.
Once Childe recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
If you want to go into the abyss, you do you, mate.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
But where's the fun in that?
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Interesting.
Yes.
Very, very interesting.
All of Focalors' efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I mean, she just wanted to live the life as a human, and now she's finally got it.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you also understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops.
So wishes do come true.
Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
And that completes Masquerade of the Guilty. Fair play. Let's pull for Furina. Damn it. Please just come home. I used so many. I don't want to go to Hard Pity. Alright. To Hard Pity we go, boys. There we go. God damn it, Furina. Just had to be difficult. Just had to be difficult. At least give me 2. There she is. Ado. There we go. She finally came home. Good thing I got lucky on every other character that came out. I was able to save a bunch. Alright, and that completes Masquerade of the Guilty. But anyway, there was a lot of information to decipher in that quest alone. So many lore bombs. Furina is the GOAT, Neuvillette is the GOAT, Focalors is also the GOAT, the divinity, all of that shenanigans. Super enjoyable. But also, let's look at how many of the predictions I got right. So, Skirk is the will, or is connected to it. We did get that one right. Tartaglia will awaken it/new power, which I just realized when I was going through everything. When Skirk told him that Tartaglia awoken it, she meant the will. And here I was thinking this entire time it meant like a new power or some primordial power inside Tartaglia. So he's not getting an upgrade, so that was wrong. The primordial sea will revert back to its original state, engender and nurture life, and revive everyone. Kinda right, it did go back to its original state, but we're not getting back Melus and Silver, unfortunately, so only portion of that is correct. Then Tartaglia will control the primordial sea. Nope, that is incorrect. Arlecchino will use the Gnosis against Furina. Turns out she is good. That's what the game is leaning towards. So that's wrong. Furina put part of her personality / self into the oratories. That is correct. Arlecchino will manipulate Lenny and Lynette. That is incorrect. Skirk is a descender. I don't think that's the case, because she said she didn't want to stay on the surface, so I feel like she is from Teyvat, but decided to go live in the Abyss. But I still don't know. It could be true, it could not. So I'm just going to leave it blank. There'll be more than 2 Fatui Harbingers. That was incorrect. Neuvillette will temporarily obtain his original power. Yep, that was incorrect, because I misunderstood how the original power worked. I thought the Gnosis is what gave the power back to the dragons. It turns out that the Divine Seat, or the Archon Seat, that needs to be destroyed to give the dragons back their power. I don't know if that was common knowledge before. I now know. And then more information on Celestia and Camria, aka the Abyss. That's kind of what I'm tying into that. We got like the tiniest little bit on Celestia, and then we got quite a bit on the Abyss. If Skirk is from the Abyss. I am gonna say that's right. I mean, we got majority of it wrong, but, you know, it is what it is. That's the fun of it, you know, trying to predict what happens. There might still be an interlude chapter like there was with Sumeru, and then there's the possible Dane chapter that's coming up. So that's going to be exciting, because it's around that time again. But yeah, next we're playing through Furina's story quest, so if you don't want to miss my reaction to that, be sure to hit that subscribe button, I would greatly appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you then.